That's all right. All right, prep some stuff. And then take some more stuff apart. Oh, I'm gonna turn that on too. Maybe a little bit of light helps. All right. Now I sound like the guy who I'm got the chip. Why do you pin yourself in, Rocket? So for after, it looks much brighter. I have the microphone on this side. Hopefully it'll work. But for basic sense, all I'm going to do is take apart something. But when I get more people in here, if you're watching this post live, I'm going to end up taking this stuff apart as well up here. Right here, I took apart yesterday. Yeah, this white right here definitely going to help. So I'm going to just cut, and I don't have the proper wire cutters, but I have enough where I could just cut them down just to get some of the wire out. But little angle snips, wire cutters would be obviously much better. I mean, I'm not worried about all of them, just getting the chunky stuff. So I just have the copper wire separate. Any of the type of copper wire. Separate those. And circuit boards. See, like, there's all kinds of little chunks of copper in this. Oh, you know what? I forgot to grab the tablet so I can see chat. And I'll go over on why I started another one. So, I have this for when there's, if I happen to see a chat pop up where there's more people in here. And I guess I can turn it on. 83% charged. YouTube. I can probably dim the lighting a bit. All right. That's the battery. Recycle that. A minimum. And I'm going to end up wanting to put all the other metals in something separate too. That just feels like all steel. There might be, yeah, no, there is copper right in there. Brass. So, wire, chunks, circuit board. Circuits. Wire. Another wire in there, but steel. Thought I had another one. Just odd metals. Guess. Chunkier metals. Plastic. I don't think that's. Oh, it is steel. All right. And that is. Might be ceramic or aluminum. No? It's glass or something. Plastic. So for the few that are in here, if you're not familiar with my channel, I resell physical media on eBay. I've been tearing electronics apart from yesterday to today because the stuff that wasn't going to sell. And for me to take the time and do this when I'm doing otherwise nothing, I make a small investment for my future because these are precious metals that hold resale value in the scrap world. So, heck with it. Take up a hobby. Go to the circus. Live by the lake, they said. So, that's what I'm doing. I do not have exactly the best tools. I do have tools for this. Not like some of these. Put that in there. Seriously, Your Honor, I tried. You asked the almost worst person. I am 2 days old microscrapping. There's a lot of reasoning and predicate that turned into on why this is. And in part, it's because most of the stuff from yesterday's live, which is like 4 hours long, there's chapters in that too. Which I spent after I got my relist done today, my sell similars done today. I didn't put anything new up. I know that you are sub to my channel for the media and eBay. So Oh, and anyone who's here, if I'm talking this loud, can you hear it well? I move stuff around to where maybe you can hear it better. You're probably going to have to turn your volume up, but better. But this stuff here, and what I took apart yesterday, and others, I mean, I have a laptop, a scale, a weather station. Dude, there's a graphics. This whole box right here has yet to really be taken apart. This is a radar detector. This is a radar detector. Okay, so this is some just old electronics and stuff that I had that I bought for a couple bucks, listed, sold. So I'm getting something out of it. Experience, knowledge, viewership, reclamating precious metals. I mean, this came out of. It's in the video. Actually, I think this is chaptered, but this is like a quad 4 little cube outlet thing, and this is solid brass and copper. That's probably $2 worth right there. Have fun doing it. But anyhow, get back to another question that was in here. Well, it's still you. Okay, fair enough. Well, I got another question. Rod Nod. Okay, then there's someone who has an avatar that's like yours, that's in color wise, but the name is off. The other one is like Lou something. I just had a storage unit have 5 full DVDs, at least 1,000. Okay, thank you for the sound, and I can infer where you're going right now with what I just read. Do you intend to sell them, or are you pitching me 1,000 DVDs so you can get some money back? Answer that question, then I can. If you're going to sell them, I can get much further in. I can explain all kinds of different approaches. I'll give you a succinct version. Look at this. This came from an old cassette player. If you go back to some of my older videos where I have like the Starry Starry Night background, there's an old cassette player that used to sit on a shelf. Portable cassette player, right? The entire thing weighed like 3 pounds. But this is the entire. Anyhow. I just want to kind of clear some of this out here because I know that some of this is straight up wire that is just going to get in the way. Just a solid piece of. I don't think that is. So you can with the eBay app. Just open up the eBay app. I'm going to assume you know how to use the eBay app and all that. Open it up and just if anything has a barcode, scan it. If it comes up, and then have your eBay app set to price lows first, and then you can start figuring out some settings that you want to use from there. And then check to see if they sell or whatever you want to look for on in regards to that, and you're in the data, especially if you already own them now. If it makes sense for you to get a couple pictures on the list, post them up on eBay if that's what you're doing. Yes, there are apps that are out there that will buy them. I use a couple of them. I still have a couple orders I have yet to send them. Every once in a while, like if you don't send out what have you added for like 2 weeks, they'll send you, oh, you forgot to send your order. Here's 15% more. Right. So when you're sending in $20, $25 a batch, that extra $3 adds up. That's one way. But the first part was when you wrote it that way, I'm already inferring that you're probably don't sell a whole lot of DVD. You don't want to do that work for that small individual stuff like I do. I don't know what you have. I don't know if you want to continue that concept. Yeah, I mean, I could buy something, but I have to see a good handful of pictures for that. If there's some gems in there, there can't. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate on what's not in front of me. The odds, yeah, the odds of 1,000 DVDs is going to be something good. But I can. I mean, we could entertain me, but 1,000 DVDs, that's a multiple cartons coming my way. I mean, that is 1,000 is probably at least 4 30-inch by 20-inch by 20-inch boxes, at least. You know, so that's another thing that I just want to move some of the stuff around so it's out of the way so I can add more of this stuff. Some inbound. And it also depends if you live, I mean, relatively near. If you're within a couple 100 miles of here, of where I'm at, I know how many, I could fit probably 4,000 DVDs in my Fiesta. They'd be out of box, but they'd be moved all over. I know how many I could fit in there. But as for the micro scrapping, I lived in Gaffney a long time ago. Limestone Baker Boulevard, Floyd Baker Boulevard. And then in I think it's called the Stag Shop Hotel. This is late 90s. Yeah, that's more than a couple 100 miles. But you do lists, so I mean, find your minimum. Find your minimum. I mean, I don't know if you do free shipping, not whichever. But find your minimum of what you feel comfortable with. Like that's one way. 1,000, depending what they are, it can take a couple months to get rid of, or you can price them right. If you don't want to do, I mean, there's definitely a. So these are other things I want to smash up and try to take apart tonight if I can. I don't think I'll be able to because I've seen, again, like Scrap It All and other scrapping channels crack these open. And if you can get them open on 3 good swaps with a hammer, but I don't have the combinations for that really right now. But as for this, it's just, I was just doing this now because I need kind of want the room in here a little bit. I wonder if that's steel. That sounds like it. Where'd you go, Mr. Magnet? Oh, yeah, you're steel. So I think I have enough of this stuff removed from here on a temporary basis. But Eagle Saver for those apps is going to pay more. But for me, I just open up Eagle Saver and Eagle Saver and World of Books. And I just scan at the same time. I will scan Eagle Saver first because it takes a while for it to load up, whatever it's scanning. And World of Books is like that. And then if both accept it and one is greater than the other, I just cancel the other one, right? If that's the route you want to go. But I'll tell you what, there's going to be a lot of stuff that's you could be passing up a couple thousand. I don't know. Or you could have 1,000 copies of green magnolias and fried green tomatoes and Forrest Gump. All right, so get some of this. I don't know what that is. I think it sticks to that. So it is stainless. That was from a carbon monoxide detector. Might be. I gotta look technology connections back up to find out, or I could just type it up. See what kind of metal that is. I'm not cashing any of this stuff in now. Separating it now. But for me, for my case, my situation right now, I'm just going copper wire right here, circuit boards, chunky bits, that need processed down more. So I have room in here to put more of this stuff about them right micro down in. So I could probably chop all that off, but and then it's going to be broke down again some other time. All right, like that. And that. And that. And that. Well, I just started, yesterday, and I was listening to my live as I was editing. Well, you can't edit it after it posts. But if I was adding chapters, so for example, I don't know if you micro scrap or not, right? But this came out of an old Norelco shaver. I mean, that's a nice chunk of aluminum wire in that coil. Solid brass springs. I mean, thick solid brass springs. For what I know from scrap-wise, that's a pretty good score for something that otherwise had zero value because it's going to end up in the dumpster. What's it worth? I don't know. $1 maybe, but I'm investing in my future. As I said to yesterday's live, that's what I'm doing. What I'm doing now is going to be worth more, a lot more then than it is now. You got to look at things differently. No, it's not worth it 4 hours. Well, to me it is because it was worth nothing when I started. Now it's worth more because I'm taking it apart. All right. Derek, shut your pie hole. You want to see you take shit apart? All right, hold on. So, let me go in there now. That's a wire. We have to be straight up, if you just heard exactly what I just said, I'm reading your last comment. If you heard exactly what I just said, if don't think of it monetarily. I will guarantee if you put a little bit of work into something with the time that otherwise we're going to do nothing with, that time now becomes worth more than what it was before, which was zero. So if you're spending the time to take this stuff apart, which is a noble cause, because this stuff just doesn't magically come from replicators, right? This isn't Star Trek. This stuff needs to be either ored out and refined or recycled. All this little stuff helps. It's like Jeff Goldblum throwing the can in the trash can, or saving the world, right? But it has more intrinsic value because it does have value of what it is. If you're doing nothing with your time and you're going to be like, you know what, F it, I'm going to take it apart, then that's time well spent. That's money well worth into it. Or if you just say, I'm just going to throw it away, you got $0. Or you're going to spend 3-4 hours, depending on how far you want to break it down. I'm not doing this live, and I'm not taking this stuff apart for the sake of brevity by all means. I've never done before. Heck yeah, that's interesting. That's cool. What is that worth? 3 cents. Oh, well, I got it now. I might as well get something out of it. You're just going with circuit boards. That's my thought. You gotta look at things differently. Not exactly the most. And so this is a reader off of a optical drive. All the other ones that I took apart. So 1 out of 4, this is aluminum and brass, right? The other ones were uh, plastic and aluminum. So this one right here compared to, well, I don't know. I just tossed one in here. I'm going to do this and I'm going to take this new stuff apart. So here's another one. That's plastic, thin sheet of steel, right? This is brass and aluminum. 1 out of 4 of the ones that I took out, this was worth 30 cents as opposed to 10. I don't know the exact prices, right? But it's just like, oh, wow, interesting. It was like this whole little chunky, and there's still, I have a couple of these that are already in here that already have the wires off. So there are twice as many of these right here, and all this wire plus a little more wire. It took me like 3-4 minutes to take it apart. I'm like, that's, heck yeah, that's a good score. For what I understand from watching primarily Scrap It All. Thumbprint also, and there's a lot of other scrap channels. These are just the ones I really watch. Let's get into the newer shit. All right. So I think I'm going to start off with this here. Then I get this in my what's sold video. Actually, that's metal. That's a wire tie, just a little bit of steel. Little, but that's more than 0. And it all adds up. Oh, one of these. So this might have a fuse in it, which is going to be, depending on the quality of the fuse, it's probably just going to be a basic fuse. It's got a spider, well, old spidey web in there. I'll deal with that some other time. So this is an old radar detector. So now I'm just going to be talking because for the sake of the video. What I enjoyed taking this stuff apart and really thought more. So after I did my cell cylinders and everything was packaged and all that, I was done at like 1. Pussed around for something for a little bit, and then I started watching my live last night. So it was like 4 hours long. So I wanted, but it was on in the background so I can get other things done. And I started thinking a little more. I was like, sure, it is a pretty good idea. The ideas sound until you really start doing it. I'm like, yeah, I got it. I might as well take this stuff apart. And what's in this box here, and it's a bunch of the stuff that was taken apart yesterday, I was going to give away to someone. In this box, I mean, here's a graphics card right here. That's aluminum and copper. All right, that's trash. That board right there is probably $20 alone. Just as is, broken, just for the metals. Well, this ain't gonna matter. I'm how it's taken apart. Oh wow, nice chunk of aluminum. Look at that, nice chunk of aluminum there. Aluminum horn. And this thing, I mean, it is heavy. This is, I do have a scale. I'm not going to drag it out because this is not a scrapping channel by all means. Oh. All I need is that little bit out, and it's going to give problem. Well, I don't need to worry about it right now. And I got like 5 or 6 more computer fans, a laptop over here, a bunch more copper cords of different bearing types and sizes. Not like the ones that you'd see a scrap channel have, just mainly computer stuff. No, I had a whole bin at one time, like a 30-gallon, 29-gallon Tupperware. I scrapped. I got $22 at the scrapyard down in Akron, Ohio, like 5 years ago. I don't remember exactly what it was. Was it 22? I forget. I mean, it wasn't too bad, but I'm not even a scrap. My brother's an electrician. He owns his own. He's a state electrician. Owns his business out here, out this general area. He's been an electrician for probably almost 40 years. And he gets stuff and he scraps, right? But mainly just the copper. Copper becomes a hoot hoot, a cheap. No, it's gonna be zinc aluminum. Well, at least I can try here, see what happens. That's enough. The further of the point of doing this as well is to consolidate. These otherwise would have been like 4 boxes of stuff. Down to, let's see if I can get it all down into one, or maybe a box that size. If I want to break it down some more, I can. And then whatever there is, ultimately all the plastic is out, and even if the metals aren't separated, it's in a box, closed up, put on a shelf. I'll deal with it some other time. But at least it's these boxes of stuff, this accumulation of stuff. Just stuff. Just nothing. It's doing nothing. But it has value. Doing something with it. Yeah, this is just a honking piece of aluminum right here. Let me tell you. That's actually riveted in there. Yeah, I'm not going to deal with it right now, but it is pretty cool. Pretty cool thing. And there's another. We'll need to. Let's see, what is this? Are these steel? No, these are probably aluminum. Yes. Don't know what that is. Got a hinge. Do that graphics card later. Actually, in the yesterday's stream, I had quite a few people come and go. It was interesting. I just see someone see a comment come up, some come in, say hi, and I continue what I'm doing. And this is a ignition coil. I think it was for my Ford or for my Neon. And if it was for the Neon, I've had these for a while now. I'm not sure, but probably going as the transformer, I would assume. That will just go in copper. I got another one. This is a whole thing of. This is a heated wire. I might actually want to keep this. It's like 120 feet of heated wire. You can hang it right there. Oh. Well, I'm sure I'm going to need more space in there. Within this bag. This is old hardware stuff that TV mount. It's got some weight. Big ass anchors. Yeah, I'm just trying to get these few screws out of this package. If not, the metal's going to go in the trash. So why don't I just try to save it? Oh, wow. Yeah, I remember this. This was a Vesta mount we just put on the back of the TV, put the bolts right there, and just had, I think there was like a solid aluminum there it is. Oh, that's steel probably. Nope. A minimum. Yeah, man, we had a Sony Bravia flat screen for that. Oh wow, yeah, that was a while ago. That was the mount we used. Steel. So this bag's probably been around for I don't know how long. I mean, there's some sticky on there, and I know from watching the channels. You don't want any problems, just clean it up. Right? So, figure if I'm going to process anything, do it while I'm not charging myself anything. Yeah. Chunk of steel. So was that worth for me to take that up? Yeah. Why not? It's more weight that's going in the one that matters. Another one of those. That's clean minus the sticker. Clean now. So I have little chunks of steel in there, but I'm not worried about that. Little wrench. Well, that's definitely rubber of something. So I am just moving stuff around. What was otherwise going to end up as trash, this chunk of aluminum right here, what was going to end up in the trash, because it's either stuff that was in here that I didn't use, didn't sell, was broken, bad, whatever. It's got more value to it in the metals. So I'm taking it apart, doing a basic separation. Look at this cool little control box in here, right? It's an old stapler. So this I actually got out of the dumpster one time, right? So just get something like this out of the dumpster. I don't know what it is, scrap. I mean, it might be 2 pounds. This could be at least a pound of copper. I don't know exactly. You know, I'm not a scrapper. I just started this yesterday. But it's stuff that I had. I figured I'd take it apart. And I can cash all this in tomorrow, and I can retire. Now, just accrue a small amount, accrue over time, right? That's how that works. And who knows? Keep it organized. And then I gotta take this one apart. Because I'm probably not getting into these circuit boards at a time. Bigger boards. This. And I bet you there's places, and I can find this stuff pretty easy for free. Would I go after every single TV stand that has a little piece of steel in it? No. Would I go after the circuit boards, the stuff that's going to have the transformers and the copper, that stuff? Yeah. Am I going to go after these older electronics? Yeah. Every day, run-of-the-mill big screen TV, that effort wouldn't be worth it for the capacity of how I could bring it in, tear it down, process it, and then have a whole bunch of long-ass boards sitting around. This micro stuff. I guess that's why it's called micro scrapping, right? Steel, see? That was just, between that steel and this right here, it was like 8 cents worth of steel just sitting around in the apartment. Some wire. I don't know exactly the prices. I'm just doing it because people like me, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. It just makes more sense for me to do this. It holds more value than zero. And every once in a while, I'll get yeah, you can stick around. It keeps that it keeps that count up. But man, I'm taking it apart. Yeah, so I don't know how much you heard because there's no timestamps in here. So if I could know what the timestamping was, I could know. I could refer to my how long would I just say what I said, and I could look at timestamps like, oh, it's only so. This is stuff that was going to get otherwise thrown away. I decided that well, I know it has more value than zero, and I could take this stuff apart, take all the little metals, toss it in a box, put it on a shelf, and get back to it 10 years later when it's worth 3 times as much as it is right now. That's my thinking. Welcome to my world, Awesome. Except I need specific tools for it. And I don't have those specific tools. Especially an angle cutter right here, where that would come in handy for that. Alright, so that I can get into do later. Steel. Like my old magnet, a thrifted item right there. You got this in a big, I have a whole bunch of different types of eclectic magnets. I probably bought, this is one of those things, if anyone listening resells, I mean, it's some of those little things that's out there that you come across some magnets that are $300. You come across magnets. They're all, I mean, average interesting magnet can sell for $20. I can go pull a couple right now and be like, oh yeah, I paid $20 for that. But I came across hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of magnets at Savers that just kept putting. I don't find magnets anymore, but when I found them, I started looking for them. I started finding more. Then I'd buy some in lower volume, right? But I had 400 magnets listed. They would all different kinds of magnets would sell for anywhere from like $10. I still doing free shipping, so I'm making $5, $6 every single one of them. I paid 15 cents a magnet. They were selling. And there were some that were just left over that we just kept. Actually, I had my wife and daughter and myself. We all sat down here. We went through like 200 magnets and we decided which ones to keep. And then I just got rid of the rest in one big lot. But this is this is probably a 1980s Gulch. What was it? The Glitter Gulch, Las Vegas Casino bottle opener magnet. And I'm using as my checker. Cool story. So this is a box you have to pry open. So there's going to be a contact in here. No, probably not because it's not old. This is an old Leviton though. Process that one down more. I don't need that big of a screwdriver. It's going to drive my hands crazy. Where's that other one? Well, just the flathead will do. I figured as much. So that's, I mean, I don't have the angle snips to get in there and cut that out. But at least the wire is detached. And I can probably cut that. Well, that's not OJ. What wire? Oh, like this. Steel, enameled, old 1970s something. A little electronic something here. This is a computer header. And the header is just where the USBs and decision making happens. USBs, power switch. This copper ain't much, but you toss it in with the other stuff. I don't know. I've really done this. Timestamp thing. Why is that? Something popped up. All I'm interested in the chat. Forsake for that. Well, yeah, trying to refer to Awesome there, so I'd have to repeat myself because I don't know what he heard. But I'm sure you can infer. If not, when things like this, just repeat it anyhow. That's probably, I don't know how long I've been streaming for. Almost an hour. I probably said, hey, I was going to throw this stuff away, but I decided to tear it apart because it's worth more. I probably said it like 4 times already. That much I know about streaming, especially small audience and small channel. Repeat it over and over. Over and over. That's what I did. I will do a lot of impersonations. There is one. You know what? I just found my new scissors. So these are old Arthur Psalm. You know, I might just give these to my mom or something. And I have another pair in here too. Arthur Psalm. These guys, I think there's the ones I can give my aunt. Because these are like educational. I don't know how well you hold it. It's just really cool. Where's the damn lens at all this one? Right there. So you see like this physics sphere and the agriculture and the bus or roads or whatever it is. So this is probably a commemorative something to someone for something probably within education, I'm going to guess. And it could have just been a gift. So it is that's measured on the back, essentially a letter opener, a good set of scissors, and these are most likely a textile scissor for clothing and stuff. That's how they feel. Or they could they're not exactly like a shear for plants and stuff, but that wouldn't, so there's, the measurement, either way, it's still an interesting set that I've had for years and years and years, and everybody wants to look at it. No one wants to buy it. Saw a piece of brass right here. David Gillespie, July 1959 to September 1962, the USS Noah. Department of Navy, commemorative solid brass. Wendell August, solid brass. Solid bronze. Listed forever. No one wants it. Wrought aluminum. That was from actually, I kept the glass dish. So these are, if you transverse these, they're the shape of what you would put eggs in. So it's a double egg tray. And I tried to give it to my mom before, she never wanted it. And then I was like, well, stick around, and I took the glass plate out. And I said, we can use that sometime. But they have that little flower now. What else? Some more of these aluminum hook things that I am befuddled that they're not magnetic. So unlikely it's a zinc aluminum. It could be. They're not magnetic, so that gives it a few extra bucks, or worth a little more. Another circuit board. And then eventually, yeah, a lot of this will be like this whole, some more of them right here. A couple key fobs should be in here. Make sure it's all metal. Steel chain. Yeah, I think, if I, getting started entry into, again, I watch for the micro stuff. Basically, I watch Scrap It All and Thug. I watch those two. Thug's got a lot of energy. He does processing. His main is gathering and then getting rid of that day. I don't have the availability nor the way on how to accommodate or the wantingness to do that full time. It's great he does that full time. This would be hobby, but in between he and Scrap It All, I think his name's James. I think so. And then having this stuff here. Your next weakest point. So there's a little circuit board. I mean, it's not worth much. I mean, would it take? How long did it take me to take that apart? I think there's one or two more in there. Another one of these. So eventually, this is like, I don't know if this is solid steel, stainless steel right here, but this is strong magnet right here, and it's just a whole light, but it runs on a battery, and something in the contact and the actual circuitry inside of here for the light to work right got wet, or I don't know, it stopped working right. So this is, and it's all milled. I mean, machine or whatever the proper jargon is. But this would be one of those where it's going to occupy the same space, just a little less weight. This for something that's not going to be cashed out on in who knows when. So this, you earned yourself a second life, buddy. Speaking of half-life, and that's aluminum. That's a whole chunk of 4 ounces, 5 ounces of aluminum. And so is that with the magnet. That's plastic, and that's plastic. That's aluminum with a set hole in it. That's aluminum. Got this in the trash. It worked. It might still actually. I stopped working. I mean, I haven't used it since it started working wonky way when ago. That's a consonants. So use in a loop, rechargeable batteries. I bought batteries one time, maybe 15 years ago. I've bought batteries since. I don't know if that's the right way that goes. That works. I don't think it's bright. It's brown. Its weight outweighs its actual usefulness. But I mean, you can put it on steel right there. got a super strong magnet for it. You can mount it. I don't know. Oh, yeah. Worst I can do is decide to keep it much now and use it much later for whatever. There we go. You got lucky, boy. Since I found you. If I had more people here, I'd say name that reference and I would give you a $5 coupon to my store. But I don't think there's anyone who really heard that. Heard what I said or the reference, because I don't know on how loud my voice is coming out to you guys. All right, so that one got a new life. What else we got? Some more wire, just straight up. There is going to be quite a few, just like these standard appliance wires. I know that. That's probably going to be not steel. This is brass. This part right here, this little twisty, I'm gonna guess. Yep, it's not sticking. That's steel. And then, at some point when it comes time for me to be like, yeah, I have accumulated enough. This is a whole plastic. Most of that's good enough to just separate. So if you're in here and if you're a scrapper, like taking stuff apart for scrapping. So laugh at me all you want. Just make sure you hit that like button. Well, I'm kidding. Kind of not. I mean, I didn't start eBay. Oh, yeah. These are solid lead. These are lead right here. This is steel. That's a lock with obviously brass is going to be in there. So I'll get set aside. Steel, aluminum. Well, contacts for a little solar panel. Like a little kid's experiment solar panel. You could probably put this outside, twist a USB end on here, put this outside, put your phone on it when your phone's completely dead and your phone will be charged in 2 days. Right? It's just a little thing for a kid to be like, oh, look, I can make that light bulb go light bulby thing and work. With free light. But there's no such thing as a perpetual energy machine. No, there's not. But it's free. But it takes things to make the energy to make it work. But you arguing is costing it. And if you're new here, and if you just heard me say perpetual energy machine, however you want to word it, and if you have one, go ahead and submit it in chat. I will gladly pay. I will pay you with a big old helping of things. And then go submit it. And then get laughed at. An absolute 100% machine like that, no. There is none out there. Efficiency, yeah, you can make some really, really good things, efficient things. Okay, so let's sell. They come apart. So I've never taken things like this. I mean, I had when I was a kid, you know, many, many years ago, and my dad was PO that I took apart $1,000 Canon camera in 1985, right? Or why isn't this VCR working? Well, it's never going to work again because I took it apart. And then I learned about electronics. And then many years later, now I have this stuff that was listed on eBay or just never sold or whatever, and it has more value in it with the metal. So here you are, watching me talk about saving for my future with these precious metals from these precious items. That stuff's junk that I just tossed there. No, what I take apart now is going to be worth more, you know, later on, and I'm not a scrapper who cashes stuff in like right now, because I just started this yesterday. So this is whatever this is. A heavy cast aluminum music box. Because this is well, the music, but it might be weighted. Just keep it stable. But if it's weighted, you just have used a denser steel. My guess would be you'd use a denser steel, or you'd use lead, or it's a heavy aluminum. I'm not the metal expert by any means. That wheel in these, that wheel might be brass, like a hardened brass or steel, and the fingers are. I don't know, but that's going to be a zinc aluminum. But I'm just learning, and I'm not going to be cashing any of this stuff in. I'm going to let my little collection accrue over. I'm sure I can make more videos. There'll be a time when I'll start looking around for this stuff more if I can take it apart and have some little circuit boards, some more precious metals. I mean, it will add up fast. Yeah, I don't. That's got to be. It might be brass, right? So there is. I'm going to use a file. I don't have. I mean, I have generalized heat. It's coming up as silver. Coming up as silver. I'm going to guess it's that heavy weighted aluminum and lead. Like I was thinking, it does weigh a chunk for what it is. It weighs a chunk. I mean, for perspective, this probably weighs 3 times as much as this. I am no metallurgist. That's likely brass or bronze. But I have watched those channels, and you know, I did graduate high school. I know that there's a handful of certain metals that are used in industries, and it's fairly easy to tell the difference. And if I'm not telling the difference the right way, it's not like I'm turning it in right now, trying to get money on it right now. It'll be a while. It's kind of starting a hobby. Got to make it a slow time hobby. This is a postal scale that shouldn't work, but you can see the collection of dust on it. It's been sitting for a while. And I am not going to talk a new life into it. It has served its duty. A lot. Like little screws. They feel like screws too. Not that one. Well, most of these for these Phillips, I just use a flathead. I don't have the right size Phillips. Well, that one's going to give me a problem. Yeah, I think those are. Fuel offset. Oh, it don't work. All right, that works. Yeah, even if I have to break, if I can't get these bottom two down here, all I gotta do is just pull it apart, snap it. I'm just after the metal and electronics in it. Are there more under these damn pads? Sneaky bastards. Okay. No, I got that one. Well, that doesn't really help anymore either. Okay. So that goes to that. Surfboard. They're good. No different colors. Well, yeah, I like to watch. Thub and Scrap It. I watch them, microprocess, tear the scrap down, and actually see how it's made, and that's the more interesting part because it's something you're probably just never going to experience. You're never going to know. When you watch someone, and now the odds are at some point, would you ever need to know how to take it apart? Now, like, you know what? I know now. And it's just interesting, and then knowing the value and scrapping in general. I see scrappers driving around up here. They come by, not often. They come by, and I'll pick stuff up. I'm not going to give them the work that I just put in, that's for sure. And I can't say I've really thrown much of anything worthy. This little piece of extruded aluminum there. See, it's like that. It's like if you want to have taken the time to take that apart. I mean, it's not like that's a whole lot of money, right? It's a surprise to find a chunk of nice, clean extruded aluminum in a piece of plastic. These little brass ends. I mean, these wires themselves aren't really worth much. But when it comes down to process that down, what does that take? A split second. There you go. Now you've got the difference in a little bit of value. And this is the things that what else am I going to be doing with my time? Thinking about taking it apart. There's going to be a switch in here. That one, let's see if I can just break that plastic. See, I'm glad I just broke that. Nothing in it. There's nothing in it. It's like picking up a big $5 bill. And if you happen to see a $5 bill in any of my videos, my what's sold or my source videos, you'll see a fake $5 bill because I fell for it. It's kind of like I also watch Clash Gold. He also has like Clash guitar and stuff. And I watch him. And I'm now, especially when he's doing like the classifying from the different dirts and stuff to try to find gold. Those little processes. But he also does, when he's doing that, the processing, he has a quarter tube with like a neodymium magnet, and it goes around the dry dirt that he has to go through, and he's pulling up the magnetics and just using that. So that's kind of the same thing. It's like, if I'm taking things apart right here, I'm just going to keep a magnet right there. And if I did this on a bigger scale, I'd have everything I'd be doing would be right here, and I'll just twist it and just let them drop. And if they don't stick, I know it's something special. Save me time. But amateur hour right here. These are a lot of micro screws for probably nothing of really what I'm going to get. But I had a better. Yeah, I know I can accommodate. It's like the same thing as the stuff that's in these boxes. All that is just money waiting to happen. Why can't I make other small boxes of money that's waiting to happen too? And if I make my efforts for it, I'd be getting this stuff for free because I'd only be digging from the dumpster. So what is this going to be worth right here to take all of this, these circuit board like this, spend 5 minutes, 18 cents. Why not? I'm here doing it. I've never seen this before. It's interesting. And the end result is going to be better than not doing it. What's it going to be worth? And if I box all this, whatever I get out of all this stuff right here, and I finally narrow it down. separate steel and all the other metals and something else like this. Put it in a big box and store it for 10. It's going to be worth a lot more than it is today. So is it worthwhile for me to do this? Yep. To me, got to think differently. Got to think differently. Like I said, the video yesterday, when I was taking the stuff apart, the different stuff apart, investing in my future. I was doing nothing. Now I'm doing something. Is that something that I'm doing going to pay off either very shortly or very longly? Yep. All right. I'll make money while I'm doing nothing. However you want to look at it. And the battery, making it work. Maybe that's what was wrong with it. What's that circuit board? I don't know. A buck. I don't know. Press your luck. Because if you know that one, you know that one. There's still a chunk of weed. I don't know which one. Oh, these solid steel. Those are. Those by a tad. Oh, that's a cool thing. That's just wire. Cord. This was like a little multi-lighting, but this is aluminum. So altogether, this right here is probably taken apart, separated, might be $2. I don't know. Could you need that in scrap? I don't know. But it's going to be worth more taken apart. But I have this actually behind the shelf. We had this plugged in, and it has a remote. And it's had I don't know, like 16 different colors. And we just kind of keep it on. We keep the remote elsewhere, and then just change the light every once in a while. And then moved something somewhere. And then it broke sometime, and I'm like, hell no, that's going to aluminum. I'm going to end up being one of those guys who scraps metal one of these days. I'm going to keep it. Forethought. I'm making more money on keeping it than I was on throwing it out. Sing it. Hey, soul sister. See, for micro scrapping, that coil right there. Might be there's a tiny MOSFET on it. I don't know why that would be. If it's not, yeah, that's probably not a MOSFET. I don't know. Well, I'm not going to be able to get that off unless I do that. I think is there a fuse in this one? I think it's just a connector. And, oh, welcome back. I made some progress, nothing real fascinating taken apart. If not, you know how we run. You can watch later. I took apart a postal scale. I just finished that. And that's just another standard cord. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get those apart. This, let's see here. But that is not. So that's coated brass, I'm gonna guess. So the best way to do this is to snap that. There we go. But this, see, that was the other part of this. It's not sticking. So that's brass, or I doubt it's aluminum. It did break pretty easily. But it's different than steel, which is, I mean, it's just separated now. I'll, fine tune all this stuff whenever I go to cash it in. Who knows when? Just keep on collecting this stuff. I mean, the steel, I did look up steel. I mean, it's always going to be a value. All this stuff's always going to be a value. But that steel, that's why it's the most recycled, because it's the most used, and it has been the most used. There's a stainless, complete stainless, or coated brass cross, the pen brand cross. Aluminum Maglite flashlight. There's gonna be. So I mean, if I had to process this down for the aluminum, and if it's something I would do whenever, maybe I'll just, when we buy a house and I have more room, I could just already be pre-game. I'm gonna look back at this video and be like, see, I'm glad I saved this stuff, because now I'm already pre-game, and there's all kinds of other shit I could find. I mean, this is a wireless charger that doesn't work. I don't know what's in that. I just end up with, whichever. So now that's, besides being dirty from just dirt. And this is going to be a plastic right in here. Man, I remember when I don't know, but flashlights, man, you were the guy who invented flashlight. That was heresy. I was like, what? Yeah, man, that's magic. Portable fire. That's why it's called torch in different countries. Because they couldn't, they understand, like, oh yeah, a torch is just portable fire. That's what this thing is. What does fire do? It gives you, well, I'm not going to get into all that. I don't know why I'm bothering with that. But aluminum. Little piece of brass in there. I'm not worried about that. Brits call them torches. Yep, they call them torches. I mean, I hear that in shows and stuff. That's going to be, I don't know, let's put that in there. It's not going to add up, and I don't know, I'm going to catch it. What else is in there? An anchor belt buckle. Oh. Unless it's, that part is. Yeah, and then sometime I'll get a box, like maybe all the solid pieces that are actually solid, that are already clean, and I don't have to. So, like this right here, this is all lead on a steel ring that has a opening right here. So all this can be completely detached, and I take this plastic off. I'm not going to be able to cut through that, so you're just going to get like a. I don't know these. I know the term. I would say it would be a prepared steel. But the lead, this is lead right here, then steel. So this is all going to stay in one little chunk until it's time to completely. But if I can completely clean a chunk of some metal, it'll go in there. Like that's a antenna. And then just put all that completely clean metals in this box and then everything else. And there's still a lot of weight right there. Oh. These, the chain, okay, so the coins are probably aluminum. The chain is steel. So these are aluminum or brass or something, the coins. So that would be one. I'd have to separate all that when the time comes for that. These are going to be brass. Coasters of DC. I'm going to keep my opinions to myself. Some keys to some old Hartman suitcases. Brass. Some more. I already checked that one. Well, I've got a couple more of those in there. And so all and this all about this clip right here. Yeah, well, not that I'm gonna bother with now, but that's a solid steel or brass or something pen. Get into this thing. And since I enjoy what Scrap It All and what, and I mention these ones because those are the ones I watch. I will watch other ones in passing, but I watched Thub. I know before COVID, him and Mike the Scavenger and something Scrap and Pallet Guy. COVID. I think everybody was trying to find ways how to make money during COVID, so that's when I was watching them. And Scrap It All, I just started, I don't know, sometime last year. I was like, oh, scrap, but I was never really into that kind. A matter of fact, the bin of the cords that I said that I sold a while ago came from there, and that was just a bin that traveled around. But we moved up here in 2021, so after COVID, and I just sold them because I was going around the dumpsters at that exact time, finding cords, finding stuff, the electronics that they worked. I put them on eBay, and I did that. Well, I mean, I sold on eBay for a long time, but I was getting, really free stuff because there wasn't going to the stores. Like, man, I live in a complex of 1,100 units. There's dumpsters. And then right behind that is a U-shaped, like plaza, a corridor that housed the bars, but restaurants and businesses, and they're always throwing away old freaking microwaves. I sold a Hobart microwave for $700. Threw it away. Yeah. So times get tough, you start taking free stuff. And that's when I started watching them. And that's when I got more into it. And then I just watched a little more. And here we are. And the wheels go round and round. Yeah, those are the ones I mentioned. I watched those ones. So Thub Print, he's in Canada. He's Trash Pandas. Be like, hey, hello, fellow scrap enthusiasts and trash pandas, or however he says it. That's his tagline. And he says at the very end, he's like, do whichever, leave it better than you found it, and keep doing the thing. That guy. And then Scrap It All. I can't say I've ever seen his face. Mike the Scavenger and the Pallet Guy. Mike the Scavenger, dude. I'm not subbed to his channel. I haven't watched any of his. But every once in a while, I'll just catch a quick a reel or whatever a short. So, yeah, he goes dumpster diving, and there's good money in that too. But that is definitely full time. You will guaranteed work right there in dumpster diving. Guaranteed income. And I'll tell you, well, I don't know how old you are, Ozum, or whoever else is still here. Um, there's fields that are necessary for survival, the best survival. And you have your housing, shelter, clothing, things like that. And you have medical and food and transportation. Those are the only ones. All of those, there's all going to be little ones. There's going to be, yes, there's going to be a little sub part of communication. There's going to be, but everything else has to happen communication, right? So there's important fields, and that's just eating. So that's aluminum. Those are steel. That's zinc. Actually, those are aluminum screws. I mean, obviously, this will be stuff I'll take apart and I'll separate then, but that's just kind of a surprise. I thought it was steel. That's aluminum. But there's absolute industries that are out there. Regardless of what it is, all of them all require one thing. And that is somebody selling. Somebody is always selling and somebody is always buying. I am selling the statement to you and you're buying it. It's always a negotiation. It's always a treatment. It's always an exchange. Regardless of what the people have or want or don't want, there's always going to be leftover. And there's always going to be discard. And there's always, always, always going to be, I don't want it anymore. I'm going to throw it out. Always. If you make a living digging in the trash, you will always have work. You will always have money. Always. So that's why I give it up to those guys. So this has some sort of putty casting here. I might be able to see how this is comprised. So I admire them for that and all those other scrappers because they are taking the things that otherwise are trash and making them worth more. And everyone can do that, right? Doesn't mean everyone does. But at my ripe young age, I figure it's a good idea for me to nice piece of aluminum. Solid piece of aluminum right there. Actually, you know what? I will go get a scale. Not the scale that I tore apart. Just to show off some of these weights. So that is my outlook. And as an absolute, that's someone is always selling something and someone who's always buying something. So you can have other industries. You can have the industries of housing. You can have the industries of clothing, food, medicine, medical, electronics. You can even add that communication in there. You can have transportation. You can have education. You can have everything in STEM. You can have all of those. None of those things will happen without somebody selling something and somebody buying something. There's bartership, but that still falls in with somebody buying something and somebody selling something. Nothing happens without sales. And if you can take advantage of someone's, well, I want to say take advantage. But if you can get stuff for free and still make money on it that's otherwise trash, you'll always have money. That's a long way of saying. So that is aluminum. Dirty aluminum is what it's going to be. But I know it's not plastic. That's aluminum. That is. That. Oh yeah, I got the scale for that, right? I hope I didn't go too crazy. I hope you're not like 13 years old. You're like, what the fuck, man? Hope you understood that. Life is a lemon. You better learn how to sell lemonade, buddy. 5 ounces. So 3 of those, whatever aluminum is per pound, but that is clean, prepared. It'd be cast, right? Aluminum. So for whatever that, I don't know what that would be altogether. Would I say $2? Oh yeah, I have RAM in here. I have these little transformers. I should be able to crack that open. Because I think one is already loose down here. I say like that was 10 ounces. 11 ounces for that cassette player guts. The guts of that cassette player. And that's still all that. There's been a little bit of plastic on there. This is something else that's pretty chunky. Oh, and I say that was 14 ounces, 15, or I forget, I said 14.9. You can't see it, but it is. I don't have to show off what I said. 8 ounces for that of aluminum. Some of the other stuff maybe elsewhere, but it's interesting things. What else are we doing? There's still quite a bit in there. So, let me move that there. I could take apart this graphics card. Oh man, I just had 5 people in there. I'm going to start taking that apart. There's going to be the full time to take it apart. Okay, we'll go with that. So, 30. Oops. Current. I'm going to presume scrapping. You doing that thing before, whatever that comment was. I'm going to presume that's where you're going with that. So, or whichever. I mean, all these things, it's on there. It's online. There's all kinds of ways how to make money, and I sold on eBay for a long time and got into physical media 5 years ago, and my sales have, since that pretty much 5 years ago, I have quadrupled. So, yeah. So you may have caught something in Sean's chat, but just gross. I was just saying in passing. If the conversation is there, I don't want to keep going on with conversation that has nothing to do with a stream. So I'll be like, yeah, make it easy, man. I sell a lot of physical media. I did 100K last year. And I'll just kind of edit. If the person in somebody else's chat wants to inquire, I'll be like, yeah, then we'll keep chatting. I don't boast it, but that is, yeah, it was 106K last year. Gross. I mean, I can break down all the exact numbers, but it's not going to take a rock scientist to kind of figure out that, oh man, that's pretty good for just stuff that I'm paying $1 a piece for, roughly. All this stuff is just, these electronic things is just, you've been here in this stream long enough to know why I'm doing this. So, oh yeah, I'm going to guess a lot of people were doing that. We're just getting scrap, just trying to find scrap, and going into abandoned houses, and not like that doesn't happen, but even overload, stripping aluminum off of people's houses when, yeah, and the catalytic converters. So that's when I started watching those, because that's what was being pushed, because that is you don't have to be around people type occupation. I don't know. Maybe either way. So it's still what I watched, regardless of how I start watching it. It's still what I watched. Oh, there's 2 more down there. Took a little while for it to kick in until I'm like, yeah, you know what? I could do that. But I figured some of the stuff would sell, and it just never really did. Or it doesn't work. I think one of the part of this screen is broke. Or we just never use this one. You could find these brand new weather stations in thrift stores all the time. I'm not worried about having one. Guess what? I don't have to go outside to know that I don't have to go outside. So I'm not going to worry about those. Little iron antenna. And then in my live yesterday, I was kind of talking myself out of thinking about just getting stuff. I'm like, you know what? If it's there, yeah, I can get it. And then this is the straight up atomic pickup antenna. That is pretty beefy and strong. It's pretty well in there. If you can keep it organized, because I've already organized a bunch of my stuff down. And anyhow, I'm going to be cleaning out a carport, which has a bunch of other just stuff that can be consolidated and gone. Our carport can accommodate basically what you're seeing back here, but in a cubic form vertical, right? So it's a good little area, but there's shelving in there. The box that's right here, I could fit 6 of those on one of those shelves. How long will it take me to fill up 6 of those boxes full of scrap stuff that needs to eventually get? A long time. Is it going to fill up the carport before we move when we can have the bigger house in the garage? No. So it's a positive cascading thing. Try to talk myself. I was like, no, it just makes sense to call it a hobby, man. Last time I had a hobby, like an enjoyable, tactile, with your hands on. I mean, I played video games. It's been a long while. And this is a hobby. I want to call it that now. That pays for itself. My wife is probably up there hearing this or listening or whatever. She's like, oh, fuck. Okay, well, you can't be much here. Oh, there it is. That's likely glass. Yeah, that's heavy enough for glass. And then, like, I mean, some scrappers that, like, I have dumpster here. All this plastic when it's all said and done. I got some computer fans, some more of these. Then I got to fine tune whatever's in that box that I had all the loose parts up here. all my little screwdrivers. Some work. Well, some work for the job, some don't. But I just have them all here. If I don't have one, I got that iFixit kit. All right, here is a laptop, and the rest of that box is some leftover that I'll fine tune where we're at here. Almost 2 hours, right? So I got time to take this apart and take apart that graphics card. Battery first. Yeah, I got probably like 10 laptop batteries. I mean, I know they could sell them and stuff, but if they're used, a used laptop battery is about as trustworthy as a open airbag. You just don't know. I mean, they still work and stuff, right? But the price of a brand new battery for a used battery, but now they have so many of them that are all integrated, so you have to buy the whole damn thing. Planned obsolescence. You come for your daughter, Chuck. This laptop is going to have the hard drive ultimately removed, and that's it. My grandma moves faster than this, and none of them are alive. All the new updates for all the OSs and all the other programs you need, it's all bloatware. It's all made to make you pay money. More money. Capitalism. But what am I talking about? I'm taking this apart so I can eventually get money. Capitalism. So again, is this really worth it for me to take apart? Chances are this straight up, probably a steel bar, whatever it is. Steel bar. Is it really worth it? I'm getting more out of it than I would have otherwise. So that is all. So now it's done, right? That was like one of the first flexi screen ones. I don't know, I'll have to open that up in a minute, see what it's all about. That's plastic. So all this. All right, no problem, man. You're probably already going, but yeah. That's a probably. I don't figure. Oh well. Maybe I've been bent enough now. I just need some aluminum. Oh, really? Let's make it that feels like it. It looks like it's metal, but it's not. Full circuit board, hard drive, and like 10 more of these, so just elsewhere. A little circuit board under there. I figured there was a screw under that padding. You tell him, sister. Process that down later. There might be some brass in there. There is. Brass screws, maybe? No. Not the one either. Did it fall down already? Ugh. You know what? I could probably give that to my mom. She doesn't live too far from here, and it snows, and she's getting older, and she has outside stairs. So, got to be a joker because he's too hard to see. Come on together right now. I think that's the thing that's holding all that down. Another stick of RAM. I got more RAM in that box. I thought that's it. Wi-Fi card. Oh, what little Wi-Fi chip. All right, they're so much smaller now. They're the size of one of these little screw heads now. That's gold. And that's copper. That's copper. That's got some gold plate in it. Another circuit board-esque. That's a circuit board. There was a time when I used to sell individual letters for keyboards. And I have to take these stickers off here. This entire thing is sticker. And this is a whole tactile ribbon cable. Well, that's all plastic under all this, but all this is all a flat ribbon cable underneath all these little right here. It's all one big circuit board is all this is. but there are all these little keys, and it's not really a circuit board like that. It's a cheap ass Toshiba. All right. This is mouse pad contact then. How much? That's just a contact board. Ain't nothing really on that. All right. So I have this. Whatever this is. It's a button with a something in it. Speaker. A speaker. Well, the second I jam myself with the screwdriver trying to get something like that, the second I stop doing it. Not worth the blood. And so if you happen to pop in here, don't know who I am, I sell books and CDs on eBay. Make a good living doing it. I had a bunch of junk electronics. Decided to take them apart. And I'm going to stash them all for a long time. No, I'm going to start a little... Can I get familiar with all the micro scrapping and try to make a few bucks off some stuff I can find for free as a hobby? Because the chunk I make, well, I mean a small chunk on eBay that I make takes me like 30 hours a week to do. So I need a hobby. I get bored. I've been watching people play Fallout instead of me playing it. Right? So, which it really, I mean, the game doesn't appeal to me that much, but I love watching the people build the settlements. Okay. It's like a lenticular. So that's probably just a steel. Yeah. Not going to bother with taking all that part out for a half a penny of steel. So yeah, I actually didn't do too bad with other things in here that maybe micro broke down. Some more stuff over in that box. Actually, bring this box back up. That one I'm going to keep. That's just more miscellaneous wire. A aluminum, steel, steel, steel. An all steel pen. And it just keeps freaking coming apart. Oh, it's a flashlight pen or something because it's got batteries in it. What? What the heck? Well, fortunately, there's a video. I can rewind. I don't know if it works. I have a battery tester to see. But steel feels like plastic, crumbles like plastic. Steel with a little bit of plastic in it. It's a switch, but steel, steel, steel. There's steel in that. Steel and aluminum, maybe. Nice NASCAR belt buckle. Solid brass. I mean, most belt buckles are going to be. Actually, I got an idea for that. Some RAM. Some more RAM. RAM. RAM, card, RAM. Solid piece. Circuit board. And that's a header. Plastic, wherever that went. Plastic. Subaru keychain. For a Subaru up here, actually. Mentor Subaru. These things here, I mean, they still amaze me. Those are most likely aluminum, a type of zinc and aluminum. They're not magnetic. Too light to be brass, bronze. They're not going to be titanium or anything like that. They don't weigh much, but, you know, all adds up. Brass. Actually, I should have a whole box of a bunch of these left. I mean, they could be heavy aluminum. Stanley. But still, it's a solid piece, right? I don't have to break it down. Another piece of whatever that is. Probably going to be steel. That is. But that is likely brass or aluminum. Brass. I don't know the big difference. I already took one of those apart. There's another one of those. There's that. That's going to be pewter, probably. Most likely pewter or aluminum. It's heavy to be pewter. probably gonna be a little brass wing. I mean, I'm not gonna take these dissect them that purpose. That's junk. Go right there. These ones can go over there. Those more I'll break into more RAM. Another bit. That might be a copper heatsink on that one. Steel. Plastic, but it's here and I got a screwdriver for it. Maybe not. Oh well. So part of this is gold. Part of that is gold, and the other part is polished brass. I'm not going to be told by that, but that's. It's enough. But if we put. Let's just stop it right there, right? But when the magnet's right at the middle, it's not moving. That's barely attracting. So that's going to be still going to be some steel in there, but one of these is brass. It's a tie, hold, stay thing for Giorgio Bertini. I'll deal with it in 5 years. Little motor. See, that one is not magnetic. And that one, barely. So that's something, I mean, I'll deal with this stuff when the time comes, way when from now. Junk. All this should. It's plastic. That can all just go in there. Little circuit board. That's plastic though. Ugh. this? Yes, I know. Now that tore apart like aluminum. That sounds like aluminum. That's steel. That's steel. Another chunk of pewter. Yeah, that ram's bent. It's pretty warped. This clock. It's not much in here. Take this plastic lid off, I bet you everything else is pretty much metal. Almost. And the glass. The crystal. Well, that's gonna suck right there. Thought it was plastic. Felt like plastic. The guy actually, I just sold my some watches to. So sometimes they feel the same. Right there's a nice little chunk of brass from that clock. That was pewter. And this right here is just going to be a little bit of scrap, maybe a little piece of brass in there. Deal with that another day. All right, so let's see if I can get one of these open. First, I'm going to get something else to drink. Where am I at? 2.5 hours. Wow. It's a lot longer than that. Found my nut. I was gonna worry about that glass right there. I mean, it's fine. It's like really, really fine. If it gets, if you leave me tomorrow, it's not because of glass. So these are like a dog fence, and without really cracking the casing open, I don't think. By having a hammer and really going at it with force, those are just transformers. So I guess I can get into this. That don't even, because that's the, I'll get to it. That's a Gigabyte RX 480. Then the other one I have might be a 790 or 960 or something. So this is an RX 480 8 gig. And it pops a green screen. No matter how many other times I put it back in the computer to see if it works, it does the same thing. So it's been sitting around for many of years. And when this one went out, the only other card I had before that was, I think it was a GT240. Now it's a small. Does that one have a fan? Maybe it was a 260. I think I had a fan. And I just kept that one because you never know when your graphics card's going to go out. Sure enough. So I had a backup, and then I bought another one, and then this is not a story about me. It's a story about my life. So this entire circuit board, this is going to be a high-end circuit board, regardless of its age or complete, like, absolute working condition. And this aluminum backplate, and then the whole copper right here. It is a no-lose stickyation right now. Stickyation. I am out $0 by tearing this down and eventually scrapping for the board and whatever it's worth whenever. Nothing. Because this card I got free from a trade from another computer that I got that I found in the trash or on the side of the edge of the road in winter down in Monroe Falls. And I traded something off that computer for something else for another card, and then I got this card. And then this one went bad. And the card I had before was at 240 or 260 or whatever. So I paid nothing for this card. I have a 2070 Super now. That came with the computer I just bought a couple months ago, end of the year. Besides that, it doesn't sound like aluminum or feel like it, but it is. If it was plastic, it'd be bending back. You know, I probably could have sold that. I probably still can, but I'm not worried about that. I'm not dealing with that stuff anymore. I mean, not really stuff, physical media. That I will work with. Only one person now. A little compound. Besides this, I mean, when the time comes, I got to process that. That'll come apart. So oh yeah, then all this. If you're just joining, taking apart a 480 GTX, whatever, RTX, whatever it is, that had artifacts for many, many years. And it's just, I'm taking apart for scrap. I'm not typically a scrap, scrap metal, anything like that person. I just started it yesterday. I want this I've taken a bunch of electronics apart between today and yesterday. Stuff that was sitting around, broken, I don't want anymore, or just regular, just general metal. And yesterday I decided, I was like, you know what? I'm going to take this stuff apart for a video. I started to realize that there's money to be had. Well, that's why I'm micro scrapping it. Money to be had. And money to be had in this stuff for the scrap. Get some scrap now, make a pile, get to it many years later. Getting older. Should probably start planning for my future now. And all I'm doing now is just processing this stuff down, getting the plastic out. So all this, whatever I'm doing now, I can eventually consolidate into one box for all the stuff that is not junk. And I can put it on a shelf and forget about it until I can do it again. All right, so how is this card no, that'll help. There's that. A little bit of copper aluminum that I pulled up. That is copper aluminum, so that'll just have to be knocked out of there when I need it to. These should just pop right off. Just like that. I mean, and there's a little piece of brass for this spindle. I have metal lit circuit board. There's a little bearing in there. Let's see here. Yeah, I can feel it in there. I'm not gonna bother with that. So that's that graphics card taken apart. So now this box is that's all metal. I might be able to use it for something. Small pair of glasses. Now I have more of these fans to get taken apart. So ultimately, what's going to end up happening is out of all of this right here, or basically any of these sizes, besides ones, they're just going to be a little bigger. Out of all this, that's what I'm after. So that's how much space is going to be consolidated. I could fit what's bigger than my hand to something that's all wrapped up the size of my thumb. Let's save space. Space. And I watched enough of those channels to know that that is an option. Sometimes it'll just pop right out, and sometimes you gotta do that. Let's just get this whole cradle up out of the way. Dude, really? So there's something electronic hiding underneath here. For the LED. Looks like the little piggyback part thing. Oh well. Well, that's not the part I want right there. I mean, it's what I want, but. All of you, I love all of you. I got all of you. Despite all my rage, I am still just a fan in a cage. All right. I think that one. To get to that one later. That one got me. And these fans are filthy. I really don't think that it's going to be worth my time to peel all those. It's still a surfboard. Cool lenses though. Now, battery. Back in the day when your battery had a battery check light on it, after it charges, the lights tell you how much of your battery's left on your laptop. So it's not completely all metal. They do pop out. I know that. Not that way. No magnets. I'm not expecting a whole little circuit board right there. I have a chat down here. I can see it. There's one of those pair. I have some more. Let's cut this thing open. No, it still has a battery in it. Wow. In Dolly. I have other batteries. I have them. I think they're actually in there. I will use the alkaline battery, see how long I'll just put them in my keyboard. When they're done, they're done. And then I'll use my antelopes. I doubt there's anything in here. A little EV bar is going to be about it. And a little regulator. But if I don't open this up, I don't get what's in it. And it's $0 value to me. It can either be worth 3 cents right now or 0. And I'm taking it apart because, you know, that's what I'm doing right now. So, what is it? Well, this is a little delayed, but for any of you poor that are here, that's quite, I sell physical media on eBay, and I had a bunch of stuff that needed taken apart so I can keep it for scrap metal for later on in life. That's about the crux of this video. Every once in a while, I might sing out of key. What would you do if I sang out of tune? Would you walk out? Lend me your ears, I sing you a song. While I try not to sing, oops, out of key. See, a little circuit board, that's plastic. A little circuit board has to control anything that runs on a battery. If it's got a battery, if it plugs on the wall, there's a circuit board in it. What's it worth combined? Probably the 3 cents I said. It's stuff that I have that's otherwise going to end up in the trash because it didn't sell and I had it, and well, there's some metals in here. F it. Okay, so we got a little UV bulb. little transformer, little IC chip. You know, as far as I know from watching like Scrap It All and a couple of these other channels, it's not much. It's probably like 2 cents of a chip right there. But those are like $16 a pound or whatever those specific chips are. A lot of stuff in these electronics, and I've got that. Got like stuff I've already taken apart. The innards of an old portable cassette player. That's like I already weighed some stuff up. That was like 14 ounces of just copper and aluminum and brass. Stuff I had. I figured I'd take it apart, start contributing to my my retirement. It's in many years from now, but start contributing. And actually get something back out of the stuff I already have some money in. Another video was yesterday. That went over a bunch. So there are like 10 people here now. Most of them dipped out, but try to get a recap when I could. That is what I'm doing. And some of these things I'm going to try to break open today. I don't know if I can, because if I can get a screwdriver in here where it's going to be a weaker point, because there's more of an opening. All right. Rock biter hands. Oh. So it definitely has some goop on it. And that's just an insulator for heat and noise. When I have that plastic off, a whole bunch of little screws holding all that in. So obviously the transformer is in there, but to me that's just, you know, it's a chunky circuit board stuff I'll deal with way later. People don't like to see me flexing my Ripper Armstrong. Oh yeah, this one I gotta get apart. That's amazing. Oh, I gotta take this other one apart. It's amazing on just how much like little stuff is in all this stuff. I took one of these apart yesterday. This is the last one, so it should be fairly easy. Oh, last one just tells me I don't have any more to do. What time is it? See, it's not even 10 o'clock, so. I think they're the same shoe. I'm just taking the electronics apart because I can and I have them. Making small boxes, I don't think that's going to be worth it for that. A little speaker right there. This is good for now. Taking small boxes, different things that can be processed later. This is my second day ever scrapping, besides like 30 years ago. And I had this stuff, and it's worth more. Taken apart like this, then it's worth $0 in the dumpster. Plus, I get to repeat the same thing I've said like 8 times already. Because, you know, that's what I have to do because I don't know when people are going to be coming and going. This one I took apart yesterday, and this whole eye. Yep. And there's another like pretty decent little circuit board in here. Each of these little things aren't really worth much. If you scrap or not, I know there's not much of anything in value of these, but there's enough. If you had a bunch of pennies in front of you, but it took you a little bit of work to get to each of them, but the pennies are free and all you had to do is just go do the work to pick them up. Same principle, different day. So I do not do scrapping or micro scrapping or anything like that full time. I sell physical media on eBay. And this is a bunch of junk electronics that had no purpose besides to be taken apart. And because of that, I have this stuff and I can make this video and we all come together. All me and probably just me. Yeah, whole circuit board. A whole bunch of little gold contacts and gold fingers on it. If I didn't add it to that little pile, it wouldn't add up. All right, awesome. for these headphones. Now, obviously, I'm kind of new at this because I don't even have the right tools. I had the tools enough. What I have will work. It will work better if I had the more right tools, but. And I did that with purpose. Deal with that one later. See? I was like 2 minutes for probably 6 cents of stuff. It's not really worth it. But I'm doing it because I can. Well, I'm already doing it anyhow, so. That's not the one I wanted to come off. Bet I can do this though. But you're just going to be a better magnet is all more this one's going to be. Well, there you go. Split that right wide open. So that is a USB charger. That was for a Kodak digital camera battery charger. What else we got? Oh, it's camera. Actually, I have a couple cameras in here. Good boards on these things. I mean, the digital camera is better. This is a 35 mil. I'm just going to take this apart, take whatever decent metals out of it I can. Battery. There's some small brass in here. That's a little contact board. I want to keep that. I want to get this plastic out, but if it all doesn't come out. So I've had a few more people pop in. I usually don't do this. I sell media. I sell books and CDs on eBay. I just had a bunch of stuff I wanted to take apart so I can. And the result is I'm going to have some scrap metal that I'm just going to cash in real, I don't know, 5 years from now. I don't know. Just having fun. Having fun breaking stuff. This is a USB cable. speaker. I should be able to just punch right through this one. Oh, this is a Bose. Yeah, this is a Bose. It's pretty heavy. It's got some weight in it, and if I'm going to take it apart, this is going to get thrown out. I might as well just get that weight out of it. But it's almost like they don't want people breaking their stuff. That's a soft spot. That is one worthwhile to dig into another time. That one, I don't bother with. This is just, I got a whole bin right here filled with plastic. Not one of those. Should be able to. See, little circuit board. Separating it out. Some brass contacts. Whatever type of metal this is, probably stainless. So if you had the proper tools, you could probably do things without. It's a little. We'll go finger contact. There we go. That's not copper, it's gold. Gold plated at least. And those might even be silver. What you got hiding under here? Did I just get a... Nope. A little circuit board. But cameras are purported to have better boards in them. So even if they don't, I still get some stuff. If they do, I get some better stuff. By how much more, what it is, I'm not sure. I don't sell boards. I just know that the stuff is in here. But I can consolidate a camera that took up that much room into something that's going to be about the size, cumulatively, about the size of like 3 credit cards thickness. It's a big difference in space. Speaking of cameras in space, we got that Reuben Rubin satellite bringing out some awesome pictures of outer space. Okay. So there's part of that board. That's one I just unscrewed too. Where that one is. All right, so that is, feels like copper. It might, copper or brass. Ah, yeah, so they're going to be copper, so it's going to form I'm going to get, a motor of a sort in order to maintain flash. So it could be exact. Or not flash, ISO, exposure speed, and rate in gathering. Remember taking one apart, and when I did, I was a kid, I probably got my ass beat. All right, so that is probably, no. The only thing else are like gears down here. There's metal right there. The oh so forever battery. Capacitor. Yeah, capacitor. Gears. It's not a wire right there. You figure it would be a motor. I mean, that's what I think. I don't think it'd be anything that spectacular. I was thinking that this probably be a. If it's anything that's going to run this little motor, it's going to be so minimal. Well, that's enough. now that I know. Oh, that's plastic. Actually, it wasn't too bad for a little bit of camera. Brass. Rest of steel. Almost. This one here, oh yeah, I'll work on that. So I'm trying to be careful, right? It doesn't really want to pry open, and I have a screwdriver in my hand. If I had a vise or something to easily, so I'm trying to get in there and just get a good fulcrum point. Where I can pull them, but this one doesn't want to. Oh, there it goes. All right, that one. Okay. Where's there a... Oh, okay. I see. It's an interesting sounding plastic. That's metal. Another one goes down. What else we got? Oh, the rest of this Palm Pilot. I don't know if it worked, but I got the back off yesterday. This is a circuit board for an old Palm Pilot. Like the first one, Palm. This was the word pad. IBM made this, then Palm Pilot, and that was the second edition. It was a Palm Pilot Onward. So made by IBM, computer brand, a new technology that's going to be at least, I mean, good quality stuff in there. But I mean, they made this stuff to where it was not. You could break the screen, but there was no replacing the screen. You just bought a brand new one. You are careful with this stuff, because this is not easy to take apart. old battery. That's probably gold contact right there. That's the most important part right there I'm trying to get. It's gold. My fingers. Oh, so it is metal. Okay. Maybe if I could just get all this glass screen, but it's all an embedded piece. Not like we have screens now. This is like 18 different freaking layers of stuff. Yeah, so that covered that, and there's like 3 layers of glass and the whole other screen back here. Okay, so that's plastic. When was the last time one of these Palm Pilot things, these WordPro things, was taken apart? Just thinking how few there are of them. How many somebody actually had to take apart? Probably not many. I hope whoever the other person is in a parallel universe enjoys taking that apart, because that was weirdly, strangely, impatiently, but cool. What else? Another one of these. And this one's not going to be as easy because it doesn't have that third point where it's an easier grip. Yeah, you can wait. I think that's some real small torques. Let's not deal with that one right now. That's another one like that. Another one of those. Should be able to get that one apart. Maybe that one. Some batteries. Some more of these. Another cable. One of these. Another cable. Not that battery. That's a rounded Allen. What it looks like. No? So I wonder what that screw even led to. Give it to you another time. Well, that's enough for that right there. Little circuit board. Trash. It's great that they put the screw right there. It's like, hey, here's a weakest point. Wow. Wow. So how, I mean, it's probably those right there, I bet. I mean, it's good I got that stuff out, but wow. Seriously. Especially all I need to do is just dig in there and do it to you another time. And that one doesn't even have any screws. See how easy that was? Right there. Came right up. Why that one's not? No, I don't have that breaking point right there, but anyway. Well, you'd almost think there was a screw in there. Imagine that. like one of those damn triangle ones. There we go. Dark red handle. All right, how about that one? That was a beefier one. I bet you, since I learned my lesson once. Your one. Yep. I don't want to mess with those batteries. Make outside contact, that's what will happen. So what I said yesterday. Yeah. Well, that works just as well. We have another battery. This battery. Another camera. All this other stuff is just cords, you know. So do this one here. I might wrap that one up because it's gonna be about 4 hours then. But I ended up with a pretty decent micro mess. Get to keep a couple things. Yeah, those are just easier. Just put those down on concrete. Just put that in the box of stuff that's going to be adding up. All right. So, best way for a weak point to find a weak point on anything is find the weakest point, especially if it's something that'll open. Weak point. Because these screws were not coming undone. And then Yeah, that's gonna be too much to. Oh, there's a circuit board. See? I mean, I didn't really get much out of it, but it's better than what it wouldn't have been. That's either zinc aluminum. I doubt it's brass, but it's not steel. So either that or completely stainless. All right. Flash capacitor here. Bruce, are you still hungry for the food down here? Well, surprising how some of these things are. You never know why they're so damn expensive. Because it took 14 million different screws, smaller than the thickness of a hair. I was like, how do machines even put these, let alone humans? That felt pretty hard. Which one was that? Was that Bruce that just? Yeah. I was like, are you asking if I was in one? Well, let me ask her first. Make sure you ask me. Is that your spot, Bruce? That's all you did? You just ran down here just to eat and jump in the box? Way longer than I need. Because it's a combination of these 12 million freaking screws. Some engineer thought would be a great idea. Well, it makes sense for all those gears. That's for sure. Also, I gotta try to get that motor out. it cost so damn much to repair these back in the day. Because every single camera is going to be different. More right there, where that is. Oh, that's actually there. There's something that we do. I don't know what that is. Well, I'm not going to dig for that. That looks like about the size of the circuit board right there. Oh well. Oh. Not the smallest Phillips I have. If I can't get it. Actually, there's quite a bit more down there. Well, that fruit was not worth it. All right. Go there. A lot of little leftover debris and junk. So this is an I. Yeah. It's going to have a little spring, that's about it. Yeah, it's got into a 4 hours. That's it. That is it. All right. Glad I took stuff apart. Thanks for showing up.